Okay, this is day one. Um, in day zero, I explained Rook, and it's a new agent. And this is going to be a series about me building it in the public. I'm having the world hold me accountable to keep my butt in the seat and build stuff. And I'm also bringing the public in. Today, I will be joined in about 20 minutes with Owen Zanzel, who thought he was just coming into a meeting just to catch up on old times and talk about ops stuff. But nope, he's my first guest, and he's okay with it. He even said he was going to comb his hair. So in the meantime, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping as I get set up for this great adventure. I was looking forward to this last night that, of course, in my subconscious, while I was trying to go to sleep, I planned out all sorts of cool things I could do today. And I got like 3 hours of sleep, so I don't have the brain power to do cool things. So instead, I'll do boring things at first. No one said it'd be fun. I guess one thing I could do is go to where I recorded yesterday and advertise that I'm doing this. Oh, it's going to be awful though. Gosh, people are going to see me do this stuff. There's Labs, YouTube. Nope. Yep. Copy. And just in case there's anything private, I'm going to put it on my other screen. And we can see, I'll get this new live stream so I can advertise both at the same time. Oh yeah, if I can actually show the screen. Boop. New podcast out today. AI software development lifecycle. Ryan Weiss is my guest here. Covered a lot of cool stuff. All right, this is the live one. X post. Ooh. Oh, check this out. Don't even know my controls yet. I am sharing in monologue mode, but you can actually see my screen if I push that button. I'm using OBS, which is like a news studio thing. It's really cool, and I'm learning that too. Cool, and even here I am. And when I talk to my agent, it does this. So I'm doing something really crazy. I'm building the next big thing, and I'm trying to do it in public to hold myself accountable to the world. First embarrassing video here. Subsequent embarrassing live stream starting now. Oh, I need that though. Boop. Subsequent. Close that. It's my personal AI agent that follows me everywhere. First embarrassing video here. Do I use too many emojis in my text? I often wonder. Oh man, this is crazy. And while we're at it, let's do LinkedIn. I need to somehow make this quicker so I can do LinkedIn and Twitter in one swell foop. Eric Pugh. Yep. Just double checking the links. Yep. All right. Well, I've got my OBS screen beside me here on my second monitor, and I should be able to see if anyone pops into chat. And, oh, I've got to sign into chat. Unfortunately, you guys can't see my OBS monitor right now because I've got it set to be invisible to the broadcast. And now I'm signing in, my 7-step verification. Or maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Gmail. Oh yeah, let's not show you guys my Gmail just in case. Oh, I'm going to do so much stuff like that. So OBS thinks that I'm supposed to get my fingerprint somewhere. Oh well, huh. Sorry kids, no questions answered today until I get smarter at OBS and YouTube streaming. All right, this is Rookery. This is my cute little rook. It even has like a cool thing like that. Let's go back to the home screen. Right now, I want Rook to have a better house. If I go to my GitHub account, then I've got all sorts of garbage in there. Let's see, GitHub, blah, 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 Arcturus Labs. Let's just go to github.com. By the way, fun fact, this is called a GitHub feed. When I was at GitHub, that was my last project as a data scientist, where I acted basically halfway as an engineer. Everywhere I've tried to be a data scientist, they've made me an engineer. I am going to create a new organization. All right, got all these fun ones I'm part of, so I'm gonna make a new one called Free Unlimited. Okay, well, why wouldn't I just do free? All right, GitHub, I'll do free, and you talk me into upgrading later. Rookery. Contact email is going to be, okay, the Rookery. Okay, the dash Rookery. The dash Rookery. The Drookery. No, how about the Rookery? Let's see. Wait. A rookery is a place that keeps up with rooks. Wow, we just hit a get up bug. Okay, thank you. Rookery. Okay, we can only include hyphens. The rookery. Rook's nest. The rook's nest. I'll try it. I hereby accept the terms of service laid out before me in the EULA. All right. GitHub Mobile. Don't tell anyone those digits. Rookery. Okay. Why not, since I have one here already? It's going to be... I bet it won't let me paste in an SVG, will it? I think I can drag this over. Yep. Open. Yep, of course. So, all right. Never said it'd be forever interesting. Time to do the boring stuff that has nothing to do with programming. Oops. I'm also definitely going to have to get used to mumbling to myself like a madman. I'm a big fan of Inkscape. If you're on my Christmas card list, this is how I make them. I have done Christmas cards for the past 20 years almost. Export. Yeah, I could do that, but isn't there an easier way to do that? I'm not sure why it's giving it a different name. All right. There's a new little critter. Man, GitHub's slow. What you guys been doing? Okay, just blindly said it. That's good enough. He's cute, right? That's a rook. My professional email address. Description URL. All right, fine. Overview. Now we need to transfer my repo there. On a different screen. I don't think there's anything that I care you guys to see in Arcturus Labs, but I do have some private repos. I don't know if they matter or not. Here. Here's where the rook currently lives, but it's just underneath Arcturus Labs, and it's got tons of crap in there. So I want to give it a good starting place that doesn't have all the extra junk in public too. All right, so how the crap do I transfer? Bet it's in settings somewhere. Settings a dangerous place for you guys to look. I'm gonna make some mistakes. Danger zone, transfer. The owner is going to be the rook's nest. And the new name is going to be rook. Type this to confirm. Or do that instead. Okay, so you got to see it anyways. Boop. All right, there's the rook's nest. Quickly double check and see who has access to this. Collaborators and team, good, same people. See if I can message them. All right. Now let's actually use the rook a little bit. Oh, did I kill him? Oh my gosh, I murdered him somehow already. Oh, no, there he is. I'm stupid. All right. So I don't like this interface so far. We're going to do a lot of changing to this. I don't know if it'll be immediate, but I'm going to start a new chat called Day 1. All right. That needs to be stretched down. We'll do that eventually. So everything's rough, of course, at first. Everything's imaginary, and the vision is more solidified than the code. The rook runs from, well, let's double check. What directory are you running from? PWD. Now, if I was directly talking to Pi, I could just do bang PWD. Maybe it's something I'll set up. But anyway, oh, that's interesting too. Reset the remotes on this to my new location for the project. Oh, my cute little when well, something's clearly wrong. Fork spoon, fork spoon, hammer spoon, hammer spoon. Check this out. If I get hammer spoon going again, I don't even know what hammer spoon is. It's something like scripting everything on your computer. Seems cool. Hammer spoon, where are you? Oh, it's alive on it. Okay. This is hammer spoon, and I've taught hammer spoon. See my agent right there? Yeah, I found it kind of confusing watching the videos later to figure out when I was talking to the camera or talking to my agent. All right. All right, where the crap does my agent live now? I had it in my clipboard and now it's gone forever. I guess not there. Gotta jump on a call with Owen here in a second. And I have no idea how that's gonna work. Me on streaming and him on Zoom. Dear Rook. Okay, so obviously everything would be easier if I just develop from the terminal using Pi. But to the extent possible, I really want to dog food this. Current remotes. That's my other contributor friend. Sure, do that. Pi is wonderful, but I'm also running it without all the safeties. And so one fun day, you guys get to see Pi completely eat my computer. Like, it's capable. I hope it doesn't. I'm going to try to learn how to make it safer as well. But hopefully that happens before it eats my computer. All right. Hello, Owen.
Recording in progress.
Oh. Let's see what he has to say. Huh. All right. In the meantime, hi, Owen.
Hey, John.
Let's see. I can. Dude, this is such a weird world. There, I think that's good. I've got. Do you know what OBS is?
Yeah, I've played with that quite a bit.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've got OBS going, so I've got like a little version of me on the screen over there, and very disorienting. Okay, now I'm streaming YouTube. I'm streaming Zoom through YouTube. I
Yeah, I
don't know.
played around with it when I was doing drone racing. I was trying to live stream like or record the pilot's feeds.
Oh, that's really cool.
I don't know if I ever got it. Yeah, I don't think I ever got it to live stream, just because cellular signal and stuff. But we were able to like composite like all 4 or 5 pilots in one screen and record it. Yeah,
That's freaking cool. Whatever happened to that? I
yeah,
thought that was gonna be your next big thing for a while.
yeah. AI got in the way. Well,
It couldn't have been.
Well, first of all, the Ukrainians proved to just they turned a fun toy into
Killbots.
yeah, basically, and so that kind of ruined a bit of the fun. Um, and yeah, then tariffs kind of came along, and that like you know add some cost to it, and then my AI subscriptions are now like eating into whatever budget I had. So yeah, I've chosen AI for now. I'll get back to it hopefully eventually. Um,
So, like, how do you think I should do this? Like, I can't even tell how many people we're streaming to, and it's probably zero. Maybe some will watch it in the playback. I'm thinking about like clipping stuff up. Like, if there's like good bits, hopefully eventually I'll have my AI where it like clips out stuff and shares it with people. Should should I like make the guest to my show like introduce themselves, or it's so weird,
yeah, however
dude?
you want
Oh,
to do it. I'm not particularly great at this either. Can't say
Owen,
I've been a guest.
awkwardly introduce yourself.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, remember when we were at Vivid Cortex and it was like moments of awkwardness where it's just like not say much and until we all just like left. Yeah, so yeah, my name is Owen Zanzel. Me and John worked together way back in the day. I started called Vivid Cortex. Since then, I've been pretty deep into DevOps land for at least the past decade, and then yeah, AI agents came out and like whatever Cloud Code kind of made it real last year. I realized that there was like going to be ops of agents, like there's ops of cloud infrastructure. So of the company I was working for a much smaller um, company, because I wanted to do more because I knew I could do more with the AI agents and wanted an environment where I could leverage those tools to their full extent. What I got was a million plus line code base between me and another developer that we have to maintain and potentially have and keep up with. And AI agents have been certainly made that like sounds like a terrible situation that anybody in the right mind would never want to put themselves in. Actually, kind of interesting, and we're kind of exploring doing things like actually adding features, which I wouldn't have even like considered um, otherwise. So yeah, I've been really deep into that, really deep into trying to get good quality output out of these things, trying to automate as much of the software delivery process as possible, applying DevOps, CI/CD practices, and what that all looks like. Still trying to figure it out. So yeah, that's basically where I'm at.
You were one of the first people I talked to that kind of opened my eyes to a blind spot. Like, I'm as pure software engineer as you can be. I think the application is the world, and I don't care where it lives. It lives somewhere. Um,
Hmm.
and I think you made the quip that you can. I've heard it since then, but like you can vibe code software, but you can't vibe code infrastructure. Um, and it occurred to me as like, yeah, it's like I'm completely blind to that. Like, how would that even exist? Like you like vibe code Terraform and just uh, commit it or whatever Terraform does, apply it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly kind of know what you want. So certainly, if you've been kind of a pure software developer and don't never really cared about, never had to think about where things run, outside of your laptop, then that could be kind of may not have any kind of grounding of what to do next. Um, I mean, that was kind of the DevOps promise, right? Was to make, infrastructure inclusive to every, software, the entire team. And that I don't think in practice that really materialized like the original philosophy kind of says, despite, all the tooling that we built around the infrastructure to make it more code-like as possible. Um, you know, the the idioms and like all the thing components that kind of go into that are still kind of foreign and not something everybody knows unless they kind of put time into just learning that. But maybe, AI is helping that a little bit, but I think the big thing there is you're just kind of hamstrung by uh, the AI agent living on your computer only, right? Because there's only so much you can do with that, especially when you want to get into things like scheduling things to happen when you're not at your computer. If your computer is not on and like, awake, then it's not going to do anything. So you got to start thinking about like either your computer's on all the time or and and starting to act like a server, or maybe you should just use a server and like put your agent there instead, or at least delegate, maybe is the best way to put it. Some of those actions that would have been async, kind of getting into kind of the Claude or sorry, open claw kind of way of thinking about things, where it's this ambient agent that works in the background and responds either to events that it's been pushed to it, or just I think a cron you can get like 90% of the value out just like scheduling cron tasks to run at a regular interval for various things. Yeah, so that's kind of so there's a bit of a stepping stone there if you want to kind of get to the next level of AI enablement. Now you can start like having more agents working for you and now you can kind of start thinking as maybe rather than a thinking partner and a pair coding partner is more of a employee kind of mindset to your AI agents.
Yeah, did you see the post I made on LinkedIn earlier? So I've been doing a podcast for AI software development lifecycle, which I think we talked about last time. Um, and I'm probably going to cancel the podcast because I just want to focus on the thing I'm building here. Um, but the one I just published today had basically that quote. He was saying that if you think about AI as like a tool, then you can only go so far. It's like you're just saying, "Hey, do the thing," and it does the thing. But if you think about it, like he did a lot of work with uh, like far shore developers and learned how to communicate. And he's like, "Oh, this transfers. Like if you talk to the AI as if it's a temp employee, then you have to communicate all the extra stuff, and you can actually use these things in a way that just works a lot better." Oh,
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it.
I um, I just noticed something. I don't know if it matters or not. I suspect it does though. Sorry, thank you for being my guinea pig. My audio says that when I speak, it hears me, and when you speak, it hears both like me twice. So I'm gonna go get some headphones because otherwise you're gonna sound like God in the playback. One moment.
Yep.
Can you tell if I sound like God in the?
Yeah, I could just hear. I was looking at the link that you sent me. I thought it was maybe the live stream, but it wasn't. It was like the recording, or at least a test that you did earlier.
Oh, let's see. Okay, this cool thing my wife gave me. I cannot tell where the audio is coming through. And we'll fiddle around with this for just like a couple seconds more. And then I'll
It looks
keep.
like you're at least recording this via Zoom, so maybe from there.
I have no idea. Oh yeah, we're recording it because that might be another way to do this.
Yeah,
All right. So I was gonna pull you in to just hack on stuff. Would you like to hack on something?
sure.
What What do you know about Rook at this point?
Yeah, I didn't spend too much time looking at it. Like, I did send Claude at it to create a specification or basically reverse engineer it into a specification.
Oh yeah, I saw
Um,
that. I haven't downloaded that yet.
but yeah, I didn't get too deep into reviewing it. Uh,
This guy. Oh yeah. Let's see. I've got to share that screen now. Share this guy, right?
yeah, yeah, I do this sometimes. It's kind of neat way to um, better understand software.
Oh, interesting.
And
Did you make up this skill or is this a borrowed skill?
no, I just did a goal and told it to reverse engineer it into a spec.md file. So it just kind of inferred what a good spec would be. I think I told it to be pretty detailed, otherwise I'll like eat its babies or something like that.
I'll kidnap your children.
Yeah, something like that. Threatened it proper. So it does a good job.
The Anthropic found out that the agents have emotion, or at least an analog to human emotion. And if they get
Mm.
really antsy and nervous, then they're more likely to do drastic things to satisfy your request.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing that RMRF my directory in retaliation.
I'm running everything through Pi that PyDev. Pi. I
Hmm.
don't know how people call that Pi.
Yeah,
And so it's extremely scary and unsafe. But so far, it hasn't eaten my computer. Cool. You
yeah.
probably haven't actually read this yet, right?
No, not deeply. I just kind of cruised through it.
This is pretty cool.
Okay.
Um, maybe I want to borrow that skill of yours. Um, yeah. So how should we do? This is kind of like a brainstorming time. And I don't know if I'm learning from you today or if we're hacking on something, or I guess we could go any direction we wanted to with it. Um,
Yeah, I mean, not sure what you have in mind. Obviously, we can discuss maybe kind of what we started with there about what it would look like to deploy this somewheres and kind of how that may work. So it looks like it lives on your computer currently, right?
oh sure, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's talk about that then.
Yeah.
Uh, what if I go through kind of an outline for what exists and what could exist, and then like we just kind of pitch back and forth from that and see if there's anything we can actually do.
Yeah, I guess maybe useful to reiterate. I mean, I've watched your talk, or where you went over Rook
Mm-hmm.
and what it does, but maybe it's good to kind of go reiterate over that again, and
Sure.
that way everybody
Um,
else knows who might be watching and kind of how you, in particular, you showed off like the mobile app experience. obviously, I don't think Rook is running on the mobile app itself. Or I assume that it's kind of a certain, connecting to, I guess, your
Ro-
local machine, and then
Yep, bingo.
yeah. So that's certainly a problem, right? If you want to bring Rook, and not unless you want to bring your laptop along with you to the, and your cell phone, walking around the
Rook
grocery
is so
store, whatever.
convenient. I got my laptop here in my hand.
So that would
Uh,
be a good use case where we can see what that would look like.
okay, let me recap, and then we'll just bounce back and forth between ideas until we get to something. Super high level that you're probably familiar with, Rook is like basically a chat-based agent. So ostensibly kind of in the same ballpark as OpenClaw or Hermes. Instead of talking to it through Slack or whatever, I actually just made a client. Greg Cesarelli made a client. I'm working with some other people on this. And the clients are easy to make those. So if you really wanted to live in Slack, you could do that. You could make plenty of clients. It's whenever you go to a new environment, which is like a web page or an application or freaking real life, like I'm at home or I'm at Kroger's, the agent is aware of it, either by lat long coming through for your phone or accessibility features turned on locally. We'll have to figure out how to do that nicely, and security is an issue, and I just don't know how to deal with it. But it knows where you are, and any place you are, you can register skills or MCPs or probably other stuff, tools even for use in that domain. So when I'm inside any Obsidian application, the agent knows everything about Obsidian, how to find documents. When I'm more specifically inside Obsidian, inside my vault about people, keeping up with people and meetings and stuff, it's got extra skills that dump on top of that. And if I go to a website, it can use that. If I go to Kroger's, it knows the inventory. So like that's kind of the idea. Now, as far as the actual setup, it is clients, and there's two so far. Imagine more if you want to, and a server. I'll just stick with that for the time being. The server breaks down into pieces, which might be important. I don't know yet. But the server is responsible for things like let's initialize one of these agents. An agent can be a Pi agent, Claude agent, cursor agent, potentially anything, or subsets. Like I've given, there's a config file where I can set like my own skills. This is how it knows about me. Okay, so the server is responsible for instantiating one of those things on server side. They don't run on your phone. The once it's open, then you chat with it. The chat goes through using the through WebSockets right now. I'm not sure if that was a great idea or not. Maybe I should have used SSE, but it goes through WebSockets and it talks agent client protocol, which is kind of an emerging protocol to unify the way things are talking. And you can do all the things like you'd figure doing with an agent: start, stop, um, um, even like little menus pop up on the screen. I don't think that's built in yet. The another part of the server is like keeping track of the environment manager. So if the iPhone says, hey, I'm at this new environment, which has a canonical ID, then the environment manager can say, okay, well, what agents, what rooks do we have running right now? Who's live? And it can post, if there are skills associated with that environment, it can say, let's post the actual text of the skill so that you can review it and hopefully, safely run the thing. And so far, all that stuff lives on localhost. Also, I have a beater computer downstairs with the screen that's opaque now. That's running a version of this, and I've got it turned off because it's ridiculously dangerous. But I have a Cloudflare tunnel that I can pipe into it. But since there's no auth at all, I just don't really want to expose Pi to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the current state for the day. The idea, and maybe just I'll touch on future ideas, and then you jump in wherever you want to. Um, the thing I would like to do is to make it easy for the thing I'd immediately like to do is to make it easy for hobbyists, people like in the OpenClaw camp, those type people, to download the thing and have it running on their own server, Cloudflare tunnel probably, or maybe recreate that if that's, I'm not sure that's possible. I don't have DNS, but be able to get everything up and running easily on their side. Uh, Farther down the line, I really think that these agents are going to be useful for anybody to do anything. So I want my mom to use this, and so eventually, like everything will be open source in the short term. But they're for the people that want the easy solution. I'll probably have a closed source. Let's package this up and sell it, and that's going to be a whole level of complexity where it's like when you're talking to the rookery.com, it's not just talking to your agent behind the scenes, it's talking to everybody's agent. It's routing the request to the actual person it goes to. So it's like a meta level above that. That's eventually. So all that stuff, we're I don't know what's interesting.
Let's see. So you've kind of explored a little bit about making this accessible mobilely with the Cloudflare tunnel.
And it would work. Like I could
Yeah,
totally just take my phone to Lowe's and play with it.
yeah.
But
I mean that. I guess
that's
I'm not too
terrible.
familiar with I'm not familiar with Cloudflare tunnels. I assume I've done stuff with like Tailscale and kind of creating a shared VPN connection. I assume obviously that's not like the most beginner friendly configuration. And certainly asking people to, yeah, once you're trying to like expose access to the end, over a secure basically tunnel on your computer, you're asking for a level of understanding that most people won't have. Um,
Yep.
for the easy button, like I think OpenClaw does it by basically turning your personal computer into a web server, which is probably not the most safe way of doing it either.
It makes like a Ingrok style tunnel that's just like
Yeah,
anonymous. No one can get to it, and but
might might have some kind of authentication to like accepting webhooks and kind of like signing them and stuff like that. I haven't dug too deep into it, but that's my understanding of how they route to it. Um, and then yeah, you got crons and stuff. Um, yeah, man, I guess we could poke at trying to make it a little easier to use. Trying to think like what the best way to do that would be. Um, Certainly getting like, are you doing too much with like browser access where like you're instrumenting the browser to do anything, or have you not gotten that far?
we're cheating on that so far. We're just turning on accessibility, and that allows you to read the web page.
Mm-hmm.
I've also built out a Chrome plugin to kind of cheat on that stuff, but effectively it does the same thing. So
Right.
nothing really sophisticated.
Yeah, I'm trying to gauge how much you want this thing to kind of act like a real person. Like that's kind of where the OpenClaw and Hermes kind of agents, what the ideal setup for them is you put them on like a full desktop environment, whether it's like Ubuntu desktop, and you give it its own, or at least you give it like, its own accounts, or I guess you can share your account with it, though I would recommend just kind of giving it its own account. So it's kind of, you treat it as like that mindset of it, that it being a employee of yours versus like an extension of your identity.
Do you mean they're giving it like browser usage access and computer usage where it's like visible, or they're giving it like a Linux user that has different access capabilities supposedly? Then
Yeah, more like a proper user of the environment, the desktop environment, like a human user. Because once you get into like um, headless browsers, uh, they get blocked. But if you run the browser in headed mode, then it can't tell whether it's being driven by a agent or a human, so you can't really block it. Um, so stuff like that is why, depending on what you're trying to achieve, and if you want, you know, the agent to be as capable as any other human, then you kind of got to give it the full kind of identity and access in the environment to work in. Um, so there may be something like, finding a VPS host maybe that can create some kind of configuration as code for. So somebody can just, there might even be like a click button install of like deploy this to some VPS provider, and it just automatically kind of spin up one of your Rook agents in that environment.
all right, I'm jotting down notes. Let's see. So one thing that we worked on is make the tunneling story more secure and easy. Another thing we work on is tunneling. Make the agent have human-like access to for computer usage. So screen visibility. I haven't played too
Yeah,
much. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah. So I've got a Hermes agent I just set up fairly recently, and I got these old laptops that I put like um, Ubuntu desktop on,
Mm-hmm.
and like just the other day, and then I talked to it via Telegram,
Mm-hmm.
which Telegram is nice is because you don't have to expose a webhook endpoint. It just does, it can connect to the client without exposing anything to the internet. I think just like polls, has a efficient polling mechanism built into it. And I was able to get it to do like my grocery shopping the other day uh, by logging. What I had to do is I had to log into Kroger.com with my password on that laptop, and then I set up a what's it called? I think it's called like extension with Playwright. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, it can connect to the active browser session as
Mm-hmm.
basically the current user logged in. And from there, once that was connected, I could go on my cell phone and talk on Telegram and tell it to add things to the cart. Um, and I had it do like deal shopping for me. They actually did a decent job of like finding the deals that I've used, that I've things I've bought before and find the deals for those. Um, and then I'm going to schedule like a cron so I can go and like add things to the cart every once a week to um, and then I'll probably check out manually on my laptop. But
Do you
so
get to
so
do you
that's
get to watch
it's
it
that
work?
no no
Like, can you watch it work though?
I can like it'll post things to Telegram as it's doing it basically.
But you can't see it.
Actually,
Open your browser, traverse pages, click on stuff.
oh yeah, if I open the laptop,
Okay, it's there doing it. Okay.
it's actually opened the browser on the desktop, and that's why I said in headed mode that uh, it'll act like that head mode, where if it's like headless mode, then you won't see that.
Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting.
So that's kind of like how you really get the full power of it, is that if you can give it that kind of environment, then it'll be able to do those kind of capabilities.
We were. I haven't done anything with this myself yet. Greg, who did I did like a web client for this first, and then he went back and did native clients for iOS. Uh, he set up computer control. So ostensibly, um, this thing actually can see the entire screen and click around and do stuff. I just
Mm-hmm.
haven't played with it much because
Yeah.
it's even more terrifying to me. And also there's something that's I guess of concern to me is like which agents I use, um,
Right.
or which models. Well, both really. Like
Yeah.
Claude, I've heard is really accurate with clicking around on screens and stuff, but like there's DeepSeek and it doesn't even have vision capabilities.
Yeah, that's kind of I've landed on that you should just give it its own essential basically Gmail account, and separate your identity from your agent's identity if possible.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of depends on what you're doing, right? If you're using Claude Code on your desktop, then it doesn't need its own identity. You can just, it's extension of you. But when you're trying to get into things where like agents are like these claw kind of style agents, where they're doing actions on your behalf,
Mm-hmm.
then I think it lends itself to a bit safer, because it can only mess up its own account. It can only like do anything, whatever. It's not on your computer. Whatever access you've given it is probably tightly scoped, and it's just easier. I think it's just easier to kind of wrap your mind around like access control, right? Because it's just like having an employee. So I've I've given my Hermes agent like read write access to my family calendar,
Mm-hmm.
but I've only given it read access to my personal calendar and my company calendar.
Mm-hmm.
But
Eventually,
it's got its own email account too, so I just forward emails that are of interest, set up email filters and forward, rather than trying to like give it access to my full email account and hope that it like reads the right ones, or hope that it doesn't like get a some kind of prompt injection attack email. Uh, it's on
yeah, I
also
know.
and I can also scope it, be like, only respond to Owen's emails forward from Owen. Anything else, just ignore.
Yeah, I still don't know what to think about all that. Like, it's obviously super important. I've had even my own little rook almost fire off an email. Is like, I tried to fire off an email, but I didn't see the email for this person. It's like, no, 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 don't actually send an email.
Yeah.
I don't think I actually had it. It would have been blocked actually if it tried to send it. I don't think that's completely set up. But yeah, it's right now it's really scary. We do trust humans to have large access to things. Like a CEO might have a chief officer. What are they called? Chief of
Chief of
staff.
staff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like their proxy and everything. But yeah, the agent's just not. They're not dependable enough. And if the agent really screws up, who do you sue? you,
Yeah. I
you,
mean,
you
it's
don't.
a, yeah, I mean, it's useful for certainly read access is pretty safe. But yeah, when you start getting into composing, writing things, um, uh, then you've got to kind of be a little bit more restrictive about that. Certainly, drafting something isn't a problem, right? You can go ahead and draft it, send me a copy, um, maybe restricted to just sending you emails only, and then you can decide whether to forward them on or whatever, copy and paste them and something like that. Um, Certainly, you can kind of scope that all in the API access control, scope controls of your Google account or their Google account, to kind of prevent it from having that write access to certain aspects of it.
Maybe it's kind of a cultural thing. Right now, all the agents, like the open clause stuff, like the cool thing about them is you can fire off work and it just gets it done in the background, but it's super dangerous, like you said. But what if it was better formalized that when you fire off work to these agents, they have ultimate read access into everything for convenience sake. But anything that's like scary write, you would intentionally limit its bash access. That's a little hand wavy too. But you'd make it so that it couldn't, walk around with bash somehow, and put everything else behind MCP servers, so that if it ever did call a write access into the world, then you've got all these threads that are running. You get notified about, hey, this agent needs your help. It's a hook, effectively, and then you see what the request is. And agents kind of do this, but the way that we're doing it right now is super annoying. They're over asking.
Yeah, I mean, like if you were I'm thinking about setting up another one of these Hermes agents for like being my personal software development buddy. My plan is to give it its own GitHub account and limit it, specifically invite it to specific GitHub repos that I wanted to be a collaborator in, and then just scope it as a collaborator so they can only send MRs. It can't merge to main. I think it's kind of going back to like treating it like it's like at work we've been thinking about like access and identity control a bit, and I've kind of come to the opinion that you should just leverage your company's identity and access control system for these agents when the agent is outside. It's not your Claude code agent. It is doing some other kind of asynchronous work process.
When you're not visible.
And then if it's like, oh well, then it's just an identity and access control problem. Like if the agent is over permissive, it means either your access and identity configuration is over. You're not following was it least privilege principles, or you don't have a proper access and identity and access control system. It's not mature enough to scope access to an agent. It's not mature enough to scope access to anybody in your organization. That's a problem. Some organizations have they operate with a very high trust, which is nice because you don't need all this infrastructure and you don't need to like think about it. But
zero trust is a thing.
When you start adding agents into it, all of a sudden you can't operate like a tiny little organization anymore. You got to act like a big enterprise organization where this is kind of like super mature and has to be there.
All right. So for today, though, what's the most interesting thing to actually get our hands wet?
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you, kind of where you think I can be the most help, and kind of where you think what's the most important thing you think would be useful for everybody. Certainly I can help, my DevOps experience. I think we can maybe think about like what 0 to getting a Rook agent off the ground. That seems like how to make that the most simplest and easiest thing possible, so somebody can go and like start using this like quickly.
I like the tunneling stuff that we were talking about earlier. It's the stuff about like computer usage. I feel like I've got to sit and stew in that a little bit before I know exactly the direction I want to go. Anyways, the tunneling stuff, it crosses a barrier that I don't even like. Some of the problems in that domain are invisible to me because the application is my world and I don't care where it lives. Well, it's important now. And you've thought a lot about stuff like that. So how about let's dig into that and see where we go with it.
Okay. Yeah, I assume like we want to probably make it as simple as possible. Like I find your repo. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I want to um like get this on my phone and like start making use of it.
Okay.
I assume
Yeah. That's a good starting point. That's a good thought experiment.
yeah, I mean, are we expecting them to assume, well, I guess it doesn't have to be their computer, right? I mean, but the expectation is they're gonna run this on their computer and tunnel to the phone, right?
Yeah. Okay. Let's play out the thought experiment you just introduced and get it from ideal to reality and then implement reality. I'll start. The ideal is, oh cool, there's this new Rook agent. I'm going to click a button and it's automatically installed on my phone and on the box I have in the corner, and it's talking to the internet safely. That's an
Okay.
ideal that's probably going to be freaking impossible right now. So peel that onion back and say, okay, well, that's not possible. What's the next thing? Um, I've got an agent. Rook exists. I go to the repo and I can I don't know if I shell into the computer, we assume that the computer in the corner, if I open it up, I get on the computer in the corner and I install it from there, and it walks me through installing the iPhone app, and it sets up the tunnel so that hopefully we don't have to set up stuff through Cloudflare. Like right now, it's Cloudflare is safe, best I can tell, unless you're stupid.
Mhm.
Well, although my Cloudflare is not safe because it's a tunnel that goes directly into an agent that has root access. So there needs to be something a little bit better than that. Um, yeah, riff on
I'm not
that. Fix
super
me.
familiar with Cloudflare tunnels. I assume they're
So it's
like a
e-
VPN connection, right?
it's really easy. Basically, on the computer in the corner, you open it up, install Cloudflare D, the daemon,
Mhm.
uh, and then you go to the Cloudflare website and say, "Hey, figure out who's running this daemon." There's like when you set up the daemon, there's like a login or something. So you go to the Cloudflare website and say, "Hey, for all the daemons that have signed in with you, um, I want I own ArcturusLabs.com. I want myapp.arcturuslabs.com to point to port 3000 on that machine." And that's all it does. It's like it takes the DNS lookup for my app,
Oh, okay.
whatever, and just
So
forwards it.
it's basically ngrok.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you don't have any authentication
No.
mechanism built into it at all. Um, yeah. So if you're going to let's see here. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters what computer. Certainly could be any computer. So I would think people would potentially use their local computers, since that's probably the most accessible. So we don't have to think too much about, or they could like spin up a VPS server somewhere on the internet, and some provider somewhere. So I think either one of those are good. Um,
Is there any way to take like Cloudflare or the tunneling service out of the mix safely?
yeah, I
Obviously.
mean the safer option would be like Tailscale, like VPN. You can install the client on your phone, and that would be a secure tunnel. So authentication would be basically comes along with it. Um, it's free. I mean, it's free to get started with. I think with a certain number of nodes, I think they call them. Um, I think it's pretty generous last time I checked. So that
And
could be a
then
good option.
and if we go that route, we wouldn't have to like build authentication into the app at all, right? Because the VPN.
No, no, you wouldn't have to.
That sounds, and it's free, and like, is it scriptable, or we could say, I mean, they'd have to have an account.
Yeah, they have to go create an account. They have to go and install the tunnel. There's like a tunnel app that you have to put on your phone.
It's probably
There's
the way to
a
go.
tunnel app. There's a tunnel app you have to put on your computer, and then it's pretty easy peasy. I mean, there's a CLI client that comes along with that. Let me think. Last time, I mean, I'm going to put my Hermes agent on that on Tailscale because I want to be able to remote desktop into that from my computer to kind of manage the whenever I have to kind of go in and actually like muck around with the desktop. And I've done it for like a home Kubernetes cluster that I kind of just dismantled to kind of put Hermes on one of these, but I'm going to bring that back up again. Um, and then if you had other computers in your network that you wanted to put on here, for whatever reason, you could kind of network them on there as well, and they could all see each other. So if there was some way to have more than one agent, maybe you want agents on like your desktop, laptop, and then you have like your busted down laptop in the corner that's acting as a server. Um, then you can have it connected to, and they could all see each other potentially.
Okay.
I don't know if you might have to think about what you know, agent connectivity looks like at that scale, but that would be that would be something you would have to think about separate from this.
I like it. This is a lot better. I was getting ready eventually to like set up authentication at the server, and if I could avoid that for the time being or ever, that would be really great. So
Yeah,
let's do that.
yeah. I mean, I think eventually you may want to, depending on where you want to go with this, you might want to like figure out authentication. But for now, I think this is safe at least.
if it's just me, it like eventually in the future where there's like the super easy pay for version, then I want to be tail scale. I want to I mean, probably work with them or something. I don't want to reproduce all
Yeah.
that, but that should be hidden.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I would do is I would actually make this, agent friendly process where like I could just like have an instruction or a specification for this configuration and throw my Claude, whatever agent instance I want at it. And it would go through and kind of like go through all these steps, ping me when like, oh, I can't do that one part where I have to go and like, set up the account, you go do that, and then I'll verify it once you've kind of done it and say that's ready. I think probably the same thing for so I assume I haven't actually done like iOS app development and what that looks like, but I've heard that it's easier than ever to kind of build your own iOS apps and deploy them to um, your phone. So maybe that's something that even part of the you can get the whole thing going, right? So that would be really like a great user experience. You can imagine like
Yeah, the
that's the
agent
instruction
will
go.
work whenever you stick that on the server, and that's easy. You just have to give it the API keys, and then tell it to do all the hard work of setting up Tailspin. Tailspin? Am I saying the right thing? That sounds bad.
I don't think it's
That's bad branding.
a cartoon. Tail scale.
Tail scale. Tailspin is also like where you're like falling out of the sky. Tail scale. Yeah, if the agent would set all that stuff up, that would be a great onboarding experience if you could do that dependably. Tell you
Yeah,
what. I ate my lunch just before you came. I want to take a 1 minute bio break, and then let's figure out how to get started.
okay.
I got to figure out how to mute everything so that you and the world don't hear me pee now.
All right. I'll be back too.
All right. All comms are back up and running. I'm going to try to sign in and see. I'm streaming this. I wonder if anyone's actually looking at it. You going to guess?
Most likely no.
Most likely no. I agree.
I would say that's a pretty high probability zero, but you know, maybe some people after the fact will.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm figuring.
Yeah. Tail scale. Here, I can shoot you some links. It's probably best for you to drive this as much as possible.
All right. And we could probably try to do this on my on the busted server already. That could be good. Well, we can do it either place. Whichever's easier, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, probably be easier on your laptop, assuming you have everything running here. That way screencasting would be probably easier. I mean, if you can SSH into it, I guess it's fine. And if, I assume wherever you have your agent kind of set up would probably also be ideal. Yeah, I need a scale iPhone.
If the agent was a little bit more mature, I'd just say let's point out the agent, which lives on that machine, because I can already access that agent in my local network safely. But nah, let's just do it on my machine. Be a little bit less headaches for the time being.
Yeah, I mean,
oh yeah, I'm supposed to be opening stuff.
like I said, if you have like Cloud Code or Cursor or something, you probably kind of vibe, you know, your way through this pretty well.
All right, opening stuff on a different screen.
I think most of your work is going to be getting the accounts and stuff.
Boop.
Save note.
Confirm. All right. All right, how shall we do?
I figure you drive and I'll try to follow along. I've already got Tailscale installed on my laptop. I don't have it installed on my phone. You might want to, yeah, it might be useful to kind of screencast your phone if you can. If not, I don't think it's a big deal.
I've got a simulation, but that's not, I don't know if that's quite the same thing. How do I screencast my phone?
Yeah, if you just plug it in, there's a way to
All right.
cast your phone to your laptop.
Let's see if I've got a cable that works.
I think it ends up on your main menu, I think.
Right.
You might not even have to plug it in anymore. Last time I did, I had to plug it in. You can start. I can take a poke at that. You probably just start by creating your Tailscale account and getting the Tailscale CLI installed or client and the desktop client.
All right, so I've just plugged in my phone. How do I broadcast my phone? Look it up.
I think it's on the main drop-down menu.
Of what?
Phone. With the phone. Oh, where is it? Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's screen mirroring. Like on
okay.
that thing.
Yeah, so I don't need to have it plugged in. I can just.
Yeah.
All of my screens just went black. Okay, it doesn't like appear in a little window though.
Oh, I thought it appears like a separate desktop, like a little desktop app last time maybe not. Maybe it won't work for this purpose.
Hmm.
Let's see. That pops up as like a little side app, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway,
Let's ask Ronald. We can. Who could we ask for this? Okay, I'm gonna jabber. I'm trying to broadcast my phone onto my computer screen, but I don't want it to take up my whole computer screen. It's an iPhone. It's a Macintosh computer. I have a connection cable if I need it. How do I make this work? Phone mirroring? Okay. Okay, well that sounds pretty good. iPhone mirroring. It exists. Okay, on your Mac, open it too. iPhone mirroring. iPhone in use. Lock your iPhone to connect. Oh man, this is wicked cool. See, thing I learned from today. And you get to see a really cute picture of my daughter as soon as it opens. Oh, or not. Okay, that's pretty cool, I guess.
there you go.
Yeah.
That's good experience. Everybody can.
Yeah, this is already. I'm. There's my daughter with her hair cut off. Rook. This is an old version of Rook. I can. I think I can go here and go to scripts. I have no idea if this will really work, but we'll try. Run Rook. Oh, I have 2 scripts in there. That's probably wrong. No, not Mac. Dang it. Yeah. Come on, hurry up. I restarted my
Yeah, I
Mac.
gotta try to build an iOS app next. I haven't tried that.
I was building like a web app because like my feeble brain gets React and stuff, and then Greg Cesarelli, who I keep mentioning, he's like, "No, make it native. It's just so much nicer," and he was right. And you can still like I was gonna do like React Native so that it could be shared everywhere, web or anything, but you can still do sharing between iOS stuff. And vibe coding is so easy. I think I will just keep doing what his approach was.
Yeah, it wouldn't be it's non-trivial to probably turn it into whatever kind of coding environment you want it to be in.
Okay, this is good. It is actually doing it. At least I think it's doing it. It did change the logo. Your device management settings do not allow this. You can allow this in settings. If I don't get in trouble, I'm going to show something. I have no idea what's going to happen here, so I'm going to minimize that while I muck around on my phone. Settings. Nope. Crap. What did it tell me I was supposed to do?
Settings, maybe security.
Looking. Notification. Privacy and security. That sounds good. There's like a developer mode or something, right?
I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't really tried that yet.
Oh, it just says you can allow this in app settings. Dang it. Well, like freaking how? Oh, developer. Well, no, developer mode is on. Ugh, gosh, I gotta do this dance again. Okay, well, I've got the developer mode, it's on, but
Settings, general, VPN, device management, enterprise app, developer name, trust, developer name, trust. That's what ChatGPT says.
settings, privacy, security, developer mode, it's enabled. Then go to settings, general VPN, device management. Okay. Settings. General. The VPN device management. I can never find anything in here.
So searched at the bottom there.
I don't know anything about search.
There you go. There you go. Developer and not trusted. Trust.
All right.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
Mm-hmm.
Da, da, da.
All right. So now it's connecting through the Cloudflare tunnel, you said?
I don't know. I don't know how does this work. Like
It's
this is in my
something.
local network. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm like halfway remembering how I set it up before because I've only done this like once. I've got the IP address that the thing speaks to, and this app that is on my computer talks to whatever local host, and this one talks to the whatever my computer is in this network. I don't understand any of this stuff, by the way. I just barely hanging on. So
Yeah.
some IP
So
address.
you're on the same network.
Right. So
Okay. Yep.
to get this to work, we need to stick the server that's running at 3000 or whatever the crap it is here onto the VPN thing, and then get this to point to that VPN.
Right.
Somehow.
Yep.
Okay. How?
First you'll need a Tailscale account.
All right. Log in. Tell me if you see me do anything obviously dangerous.
So there'll only be one thing where it'll give you like no, it might not. We'll say there's like a short-lived key that you can use sometimes to install Tailscale on a device and then get it to connect to your network easily. But I think if you're going through the apps, you won't, and authenticating through which you just did with like
Gmail,
Google
yeah.
login. Yeah, then I don't think you'll need that.
All right. I'll go ahead and stick it on my screen. That's a little frisky because it's better content. For a reason. Testing, trying out. Sure. What's your role? I'm a founder executive. Boop. Oh, sure.
It's
Oh,
exhilarating content we got going on here.
Wait until we get that into the end user license agreement.
Man.
Other whatever. Add your first device. It's gonna be. Can I
Was
select
Mac
two?
or
Probably
I
this
just started
first, right?
Mac. Yeah, you know.
Welcome. Continue. Oh, sure, I guess. Well, thank you. Goodbye. All right, I have tail skill.
Yeah, you know, start it.
I don't know anything about it yet. Let's see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, I just did all this. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good. So, done. Is it like...
I think I have to allow a VPN connection yet. Allow. And you said don't allow it. You gotta allow it. Allow, yep.
Connect your list. Okay. What do you think? Open tail skill?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Welcome. Most of your tail skill now.
You can just skip it. I mean, basically, just your management or your desktop client console there. Yep. So you got one device on there. So if you go back to the web page, yeah, you can follow this one. And once you get this all set up, you should be able to see your iPhone connected.
Okay, we'll get tail skill. So currently, the people that install this have to do this. Probably no way around it.
Yeah, there's no need identity to connect. If you want security, at least I don't think there's any other way to go around it that I know of.
Okay, enter the password to authorize this transaction. Oh, gosh. All right. I've got to, on another screen, making sure I'm not broadcasting, I've got to open up.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Stuff. Let's see. This is my Apple ID, right? Oh, so I've got to stick in my Apple ID.
Yep.
Since you can't see what's happening.
Nope,
Okay.
can't see it.
Nobody can see, nobody can see. I mean, it should be invisible anyways. It's not. My passwords are not words. They're random assortments of symbols. And if my hand is laying on a keyboard, I can press them. But I don't even know what the keys are. Okay, okay, it worked. Close this. All right, get started. I understand. I'm allowing notifications. Allow. I'm adding a VPE configuration. Allow. I'm entering my phone's password. I'm connecting. I'm continuing. I'm logging into Tailscale.
Should have done it from the mirroring, but it's all right. Oh, well. It's pretty straightforward anyway. It's just like it's not going to happen. Going through a bunch of. So basically the same thing we did on your desktop, just in the app. I guarantee you will not find an easier way to get a VPN connection connected or up and running this fast. Tailscale does a marvelous job of simplifying like something that's kind of annoying.
Okay, now I have to scan this QR code with a device to sign in. So, I want to take a screenshot of that. Ah, that crap. Please work. Okay, so I've got a QR code. How the crap do I sign in from a QR code when it's on my phone?
Doesn't give you an alternative URL?
No.
Or can you bring... Is it asking you to scan it, the QR code with your laptop's phone? I would imagine it would just let you log in with your Google account. That's what I would think. Oh, so you don't even...
I'll keep you posted. Okay.
I should have followed along on my phone. Wow. So... Yeah, so if you go up to the... I think you probably just go up to the upper... I'm not sure what screen you're on, but you should be able to go up to the upper right and just click on the avatar picture. You should be able to just log in.
I'll keep you posted. It feels like I'm making progress. I don't know. I think I just got walked backwards. Gosh. All right, entering in my password again. Something recently got a lot harder with like logging in on my phone, and I'm not sure. Something's screwed up. And I'm not smart enough to even know what it is. Oops.
Yeah, so I just installed it really. Here's the camera.
You already lapped me.
Yeah, I was just able to log in via my account, and now I'm connected to the laptop and my phone.
Please work, please work, please work. Use your pass key to confirm it's really you. I don't have a pass key. Use get a one-time security code. I'm okay with that. Try another way. Nope, I don't have the app for that. So I'm gonna tap yes on my phone or tablet. All right, I can tell we're getting close. Yes, it's me. Connect. Login successful. Done. Do you see my screen change?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Cool.
I have no idea what it is. All right, let's see. Let me make sure I've got everything. I'll start closing apps on my phone. Just in case. All right, back to it. I think we're unblocked. As soon as I can find where my phone is, connect. Boom. Okay, so I've got that. Also got this guy. All right, there they both are in their own VPN. So by virtue of being inside a Magic VPN, like literally nothing else can talk to them, right? That is the magic of a VPN.
Yeah, so they should be able to talk to each other. There may be some network ALC stuff. I don't remember how permissive it is, but we can at least try it and see. It should be able to resolve it by the if you go back to your desktop client. If you
IP
go
address.
so if you use the Magic DNS, you should be able to resolve it via the Magic DNS. So you would be going to your laptop.
Okay.
So if you take your device, the laptop device, that DNS name. So you pick your phone currently.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll go back to this. Click this.
Yeah, you want that DNS name.
I'm just curious. Does that actually? That actually does work. That's inside. I presumed. Well, site can't be reached. So I guess it doesn't work.
Well, if you go and bring up your terminal, you should be able to ping it. I think it should work on this, or you should be able to. You can at least try pinging it. I believe it should work. Yep.
Ooh,
same thing for your cell phone. You should be able to ping that as well. Yeah, I don't think you have to set up any kind of extra network ALCs to restrict anything at this point.
Okay, so my phone, I guess, has hardwired in like the local IP address. So I've got to figure out where that is and stick in this magic DNS thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to change that.
All right. Let's go to Rook. I'll go back here. Okay. You somewhere in the configuration for the Rook app, it's pointing my phone to my computer using the local IP address. Instead, I would like to use the magic DNS provided by Tailscale. Oh gosh. Whenever I say anything, it also copies that to the clipboard. Here, we got that.
Yeah, so you probably want to eventually create a settings function where you can kind of set this or override it in the app itself, I would think. That way people don't have to recompile
Right.
the app, depending on how you're just distributing it, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, while it's cooking. So that's what we decided to work on today.
Yeah, looks like you won't actually even have to do that much scripting at all. Actually, it seems like you just install the apps and then you kind of good to go.
It is. There is a cost that a lot of people aren't going to get beyond than what we just did right there. It's like, this sucks. Yeah, well, aiming for the hobbyist at first.
Yeah. Cloudflare probably has an equivalent to this as well. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. There might be another provider
Switched
out there
iPhone
that
launches to
might make it a
Tailscale.
little simpler, but I don't imagine any of them going to kind of let you do this without signing up for their account. I just don't see it. But they might provide maybe a pattern that might be easier to automate or script. I don't know.
All right. So it says it did it. Okay. Make it not fall back to the LAN IP because I want to make sure that we are working through the VPN. And as soon as it does that, then we'll be good to go. Of course, I had uncommitted changes that I started with. Good job, John. All right. Re-pushing everything to the phone. We should see our rook disappear in a little bit. By the way, time check. I don't want to take advantage of your time. Are you? Tell me when you need to be out of here.
I mean, like quarter 2, 4.
Okay, so 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Um, okay, let's see.
Sorry, go back to your tail skill. Still, yeah, it's connected, right? Yeah. Should be able to resolve via the magic DNS. Go to your tail skill client on the phone.
Oh, this
or
one.
on your phone, yeah.
Click. Looks right, doesn't it?
And there's not too many ways to test this. Go back to the main screen on the tail skill. Go back to your user. Or yeah, click on your icon there, yeah. Go to DNS settings. Tail skill DNS, yes. Search domain. Yeah, that should work.
So I should be able to hit this from my Mac too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can. Can you do a health check on the server for? Oh gosh, I've got to get a different speaker. It keeps killing whatever's in my pasteboard.
Yeah, you need like a pasteboard. What do you call it? Like copy queue, so that you can just like go back in your pasteboard history and pick something. That's what
I've
I
seen
use.
people use that. Those look
Yeah, I
cool.
use. What do I use? What app is this? Raycast has that built into it, in addition to a bunch of other stuff.
That should go through, right? Like, check this out. My agent believes. Oh no, okay.
Shouldn't that be your? Yeah, your phone isn't. Your app on your phone isn't exposing any ports, right?
I just clicked the wrong one. Dang it. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I meant this one. Okay, can't speak. Sorry, I meant this one. Okay, you can't hear. All right, like just to get, yeah, so sure. How can we check for the iPhone's ability to connect to this?
Yeah, if that doesn't work, we can try the direct IP address. Maybe there's some issue with the.
Oh yeah, I can just do that. Copy.
Well, the question is, will they remain the same?
Check that out.
Yeah, so that works. It could be your client can't resolve the IP over the DNS connection or via the DNS.
Or maybe the server is not allowing connections from. No, that would. I mean, this would have worked.
Well, yeah, I mean, some clients can't use DNS out of the box without additional configuration. So if you go back to your you go back to the tail scale
On my phone.
yeah, it doesn't matter which one. I just want the actual IP address of your phone. Yeah, that number. Or sorry, not the phone, the server.
Okay, so this is the server
This
for
one.
this one.
So take that one. Yeah, try that now.
Okay, of course that doesn't copy over.
Either that, or you can ask like, is there any reason that the client that the phone is using can't resolve the IP over the DNS
Okay, I'll try that.
lookup via DNS lookup?
Oops, hang on. Is there any reason that the client on my iPhone for Rook cannot access the magic DNS of my Mac, which is running the server? My Macintosh can access that website. My iPhone, I just double checked with Safari and it can open that website and get the health check, and it's true. But the client on my iPhone can't resolve it somehow.
Yeah, the term is a DNS lookup. If it gets
DNS
confused.
lookup.
It's using HTTP. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
App transport security. Aha. All right. Does not cover blah, 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 blah. What to change, blah, blah. It should allow. All right. Fix it.
Make it so.
We live in sci-fi. None of this is real.
It's all a simulation.
What I just compressed into okay, fix
Added
it
tail scale ATS exception.
would have been like probably a week's worth of work for me to figure out what freaking networking was. And well, let's see if it fixed it though. It might still be that much. I've got to reinstall the sucker. Where are you? There we go.
Well, hopefully it's not a complete brain drain. Like kind of learning something, right? Oh, there we go.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hi. Click. Oh.
Yeah, so the next big test is to disconnect it from your Wi-Fi and let it try to connect over the cell network. And that will be the ultimate verification.
Yes, you are so right. Okay, wait. If I open my phone, it'll make me quit sharing this. Okay. I will go. Nope. How do I do this from this? No, I can't drag. Do I drag right here?
Setting. I think probably have to go back to settings. Yes.
I can't just like do the.
I thought there was. Isn't that if you go up? Isn't that? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't double click. I can't drag. Crap. All right, I'm gonna just do it here since it's easier. Okay, maybe this is easy anyways. I just turned my cell off. No, I need the cell on, and I need the internet off, and then I guess I bet you screen sharing stops after that. So Wi-Fi is dead. Sure enough. iPhone mirroring. Yeah, died. Okay. You still there?
Yeah, you won't be able to iPhone mirror in that mode. Yeah, it worked, right?
Yes. Yes, it did
Uh,
work.
Check your browser really quick and make sure you can connect to the, internet would be the other thing to check. I don't know if you have to assign your computer as an exit node or not. I can't remember.
Okay. That's a weird thing. Yeah, I can connect to the internet on my cell phone.
Okay. Okay, with your VPN connection up. Yeah, sometimes you have to assign one of them exit, to be the exit node for internet gateway access, but I guess okay. Yeah, there you go. So as long as you're connected on Tailscale and your computer's connected on Tailscale, you should be able to access Rook.
Dude, this is awesome. And just in
Now let's get
time. It's like we're producing a this is good content, Owen.
Mhm.
Um cool.
and no code, no infrastructure you need to manage.
Yeah.
Free Tailscale is, I think, I forgot how many nodes you get, but I think it's like 10 or so computers you can connect under a single account before they start charging you. Um, so yeah.
So I just set
Mhm.
up Tailscale on the little crappy computer at the behind my bookcase, and then I can do anything. That's so cool. All right. And
There
then
you go.
I'll make a GitHub action so that whenever I change anything, it just reinstalls that thing.
Yeah.
And
And then I guess
then,
you could get like a client for your desktop, so you can just like Tailscale into that. You can connect the Tailscale on your laptop and have that and share the same Rook instance with your phone, right?
mhm.
And then you could, I'm not sure if your Rook has memory or has some kind of memory, system. If you do, then you can have like a shared memory of like what you've done on your phone and what you've done on your laptop. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, the only tricky part would be like code, any kind of coding kind of stuff. I guess it would all end up on the crappy server and not on your desktop server. But
Well,
one
that's
thing would be
true
to
though.
think,
I mean, like I could just set up multiple agents. That could be
yeah,
another way of slicing the agent stuff. It's the agent of this computer versus that computer.
yeah. I mean, it's just different modes, right? Like if I'm maybe coding, then I want the agent on my local machine. But maybe if I want to schedule something to happen, or of course, if I'm mobile and I'm on my mobile app, then I can leverage the agent on the crappy computer.
I think what this could mean is I just leave my laptop open all the time and I'm
You
gonna
do
get
that.
pawned.
Do that. I mean, you're not in a corporate environment, so it's not like somebody's gonna come over and like screenshot your desktop and then set it to your screensaver and lock it or something like that, or change your password. So
I mean, okay, so honestly, I'm done. I had planned about sticking it inside that little crappy computer, but it's already
mhm.
inside this computer. It has access to everything in the world, which kind of sucks, whereas the little computer has nothing on it. But that's kind of the point. I want it to be able to be my agent and have access to my knowledge bases and stuff. And my
Yeah, I mean,
computer's a burner, anyways. Like it's designed to be throwawayable.
what I would look at next is like start thinking about what can be scheduled like as a regular kind of reoccurring things, and then setting up maybe either a Rook on your crappy computer and put it on the Tailscale VPN, so that your Rook on your computer and your phone can go and like talk to that and tell it to be like, hey, every Monday go and like look up some recipes for the family and then
Yeah,
send me a message,
yeah,
because that's what
that's right.
that's what I got is like, stuff like that. Maybe, like I said, maybe consider giving it its own Google account and its own Gmail account on that computer, on that crappy computer, and then just delegating access to the things you want to have access to, so you can go and query like, okay, what's my schedule for my kids, and it can go and like get that through that account versus like your account, which, you, I, I just think it's a different access pattern. Like, it's fine if I was on my computer and asking that, but if I'm on my phone or some other remote connection, then maybe it's better to kind of delegate it. Maybe stuff
All
like
makes
that I would
sense.
kind of start considering. And then if you're like into like, coding projects, you can start thinking about stuff like, okay, like once a week, um, look at my code base and give me like some ways to make it better or something like that. Like continuous triage of my coding, the coding projects that I'm responsible for, and like how can I make them better, or I don't know, review my PRs or something, like any PRs that are open, review them. If you want somebody to, basically have a second set of eyes to review your stuff, might be able to even give it like an identity there as well. So you
Hmm.
can just like at Brooke go and comment on my PR, and or go and open a PR for me and do some research. That's one thing I was doing, was like with the GitHub Actions. I had Claude hooked up to it for a little bit, and I would just have it do research for me. Like I was like, I'm just interested in this library. Go and explore it. Try to implement some feature in it, and then open a PR and let me take a look at it. And then I pull down the PR and I have like a working example that I can kind of build off of.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is really cool.
And then
Really
you
cool.
you have like multiple agents. Like you said, you had Claude, you had like Pi, you had, I think, another kind of agent there. So that's kind of the other pattern that I really like, is like this Omni agent. Like I want I want I want to be able to use them all, but I don't always want to, have to swap between them. So like if I have
Hmm.
like one agent be like this orchestrator agent, then they can be like, okay, I don't want to exhaust my Claude Code subscription, or maybe like I don't need a Claude Code level model for that particular task. Let's use like an open weight model through whatever Olama or some other provider. Then what you do is you don't like buy the $200 Claude Code subscription. You buy yourself a $20 Gemini subscription, a $20 um, Codex subscription, a $20 Olama subscription, and a $20 Claude subscription. And then if you start exhausting any one of those enough, you'd be like, you buy another $20
That's what I'm doing right now.
subscription.
I started. So I wanted to use Pi so that I could play with like a really generic agent that's so modular and you could read its code.
Mhm.
Pi is awesome, and I've I've go back and forth between Pi and Claude Code and like Cursor and Open Code, and I found that Pi is just pretty snappy. And as long as you've got it backed by a strong model, it's freaking good. Like I'm not doing the
Mhm.
loop stuff. I'm not doing the goal stuff. I'm in the loop, which maybe
Yeah.
people look down upon me for that. Um,
Yeah,
but it's a lot snappier. The problem though is when I was like pointing at like Claude or unsubsidized OpenAI, it was $40 a day, and it's like I can't do that
yeah.
right now. And I found out that you can just get Chat GPT $20 a month, and that works fine with Pi.
Mhm.
I've hit like a couple of the walls where it's like a 5 hour window. So if I do that, I'll turn on like DeepSeek, which is not quite as good. It's a little bit over ambitious. It's likely to do something I don't want it to do. But it is smart, and I don't know. I'm on like $25 a month, and it feels pretty productive. I'm not token maxing.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably at the moment it's probably better to just like diversify, especially like now that like, what was it, OpenAI is about to go public, and Anthropic is
Anthropic.
not too far.
I thought
Open
Anthropic was really. Man, I'm
Well,
missing my
yeah,
news.
OpenAI and Anthropic are about to go public. So as you know, with public-facing companies, what the incentive is to make as much money as possible. And as a user, you become less important. Not just some of the at least Anthropic's attitude sometimes lately is not awesome. Like they started like the subscriptions. They pulled back on this, but they were going to change the way the interaction pattern for the subscription is only interactive, and they were going to bill you per token for non-interactive. So using like Claude Code P would be billed from your token, your usage. They're going to give you some credit, which was like $100, $20 to $100 a month, which, if you're doing anything serious, you're going to burn through that pretty darn quick. And also, I just don't like that. Like that feels really crappy. Like I'm paying for a subscription. Like I should be able to use it whenever I want, and you're trying to force me into your automations, which, for somebody who's less technical, it's fine. That works for you. But I know I have other ways I want to use it that don't fit into the way, your automations work. So I want to have the freedom. They pulled back on that for now, but I don't know what that looks like going forward. And certainly you can't use your subscription with your Pi or your OpenClaw.
Yeah,
That's already that's
they locked
completely
that down.
blocked off. Yeah. But you can
Yeah,
wrap it in a skill though. You can wrap, Claude Code P in a skill, or, any of those codex execute in a skill, and now you can kind of um, you know, choose between them. You don't
yeah,
At least depends on the task and what you're doing, but for most things like a non-interactive session is fine as long as you have as long as you can have an interactive session wrapping it.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
It's pretty interesting.
I gotta head out, but this was fun. I'm glad you got something out of it.
Super helpful. I hope I can keep you interested in this because I learn a lot whenever we sit down together.
I think it's a really important exercise. Like even if, this doesn't go anywhere, but building your own agent, I think Pi is a fantastic platform. You can definitely go lower level than this and like actually like implement a loop, but I think Pi is a good layer of abstraction because as you see with like Anthropic, they're bloating the Claude cohardness pretty
Yeah,
heavily. They're
yeah. You
being
don't
very
need that much stuff.
opinionated about like certain things that, they're pulling from the community, which is fine. It's within their right to add that stuff. But yeah, it adds bloat and adds. I mean, the real problem is that it hides that um, from users, so that they're just like like iOS, right? It's Unix underneath the hood, but as a user interacting with it you can't even interact with like a Unix operating system like with a terminal or anything. It hides all that from you, and with that you lose the learning of being able to work with a lower level kind of interface. And I think that's a problem. Same thing with prompts, right? All these
Hmm.
on top of even all this stuff is just a prompt, which a client was with a client that takes text in and spits text out. That's all it really is.
Hmm.
Um, and that's a way of interacting with an LLM that people just may not experience it that way. And I think it's um, that again kind of then you become beholden to their solution as a user, which I
Hmm.
think is a problem. And I think people need to be very careful of that because once again they're becoming public facing companies, and if we could only trust public facing companies to do the best things for us, this wouldn't be a problem. But I think we all know based on the food system that we can't do that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh gosh, too much to say. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
Thanks so much. Super helpful. Um, I'm gonna when you leave, I'll try to wrap it up and I'll check this out. Oh, you can't see it from your side. In OBX, I've got like my monologue screen and it's like all stars and stuff. And I'll explain the episode today. And maybe I'll just fire that off as a short or something. This is
Cool.
nuts. Hopefully something comes of all this. But I learned a lot today. So thank you as always, and I'm going to bug the crap out of you in the future.
Cool. Catch you later.
Yep. See you on.
Yep.
Wow, why am I up there in the little corner? Let's see if we can improve that. Oh, you pretty good? Pretty good? All right. Recap. Let's see. We learned a lot today. Today I met with Owen Zanzel, one of my buddies from Charlottesville that I used to work with at Vivid Cortex. And whereas I went off on like the software engineering application design architecture type direction with my career, he was very much DevOps, infrastructure type stuff that I'm just not as in tune to. And so I love hacking with people that have different backgrounds. I can only think my own thoughts with my brain. I think so much better when I'm using other people's brains. Owen taught me several things today. One thing, I didn't know how easy, this is silly, but I didn't know how easy it was to do like a little demo on the screen of my phone. You can actually screen share the phone to the computer. It worked out pretty well. But the critical thing that we're solving today with Rook is right now Rook lives on my local machine, and I want to be able to talk to it from my iPhone. I had been thinking, let's go through a tunnel, like Cloudflare tunnel is what I am using. It's really, really cool. I really like Cloudflare tunnels, but it's a pain to set up. I need some sort of authentication on the server itself, and I was just bracing myself for that. Owen turned me on to Tailscale, which I'd heard about it, but I was just thinking that was just another tunnel solution. I hadn't thought about it. Tailscale allows you to connect, to set up a VPN for everything that you want to put inside the VPN. I've stuck my laptop in the VPN, my phone in the VPN. I can stick the crappy server downstairs behind my bookshelf in the VPN. And that means, and we tried it during this episode, I can take my phone and talk to this computer right here and get work done from outside, which is the ideal. And I didn't have to change anything about the application itself, except for just whenever I set up Tailscale, I've got to point it towards their magic DNS for whatever is inside the VPN. Yep, so thanks, Owen Zanzel. That was a fantastic time. I think this is actually reasonable content for day one. That won't always happen. And yeah, I think the next steps for Rook, I've got to figure out some of the questions that came up towards the end of the conversation. What is the agent model itself? With Rook, you can have any agent runtime you want. Pi, Claude, Codex, blah, 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 because they're all talking through the agent client protocol. But within each of those agent runtimes, a lot of them can run, different parameterizations, different models. They can live on this laptop, but maybe it makes more sense for them to live on the laptop behind my bookcase, because I'm not always going to have this laptop open and running, and the laptop downstairs serves as kind of like a server. So like, how the crap do you manage all that stuff? Right now, the way we're doing it is to have, let's see, we have like this little guy, and you can, instantiate a new version of any of these clients or of these runtimes or sub runtimes, and you can get back to earlier sessions. But it's really annoying. it might be better to have something that's more like, I don't know, Slack. Honestly, maybe I should go back to that, where you can talk and say at Jimmy, because Jimmy is the client that lives in the bookcase downstairs. I don't know. I'll be thinking about that. Anyway, that's it. I'm probably gonna keep hacking on stuff, but I don't know what yet. So that is intermediate monologue. Somehow something changed, and now my picture is up here. So I'm gonna stretch it out here. There we go. What do you think? Is that about right? Looks like my agent's looking at me. I'm gonna copy that one and go to this scene. And I think yeah, okay, paste it. Kill that one. I also figured out that when I'm in this mode, video capture. Okay. I need to add, how do I make it where I can show you guys what I'm doing? Because this is part of it too, right? Let's see. Got hotkeys. That should be useful sometime. On OBS, how do I make it so that we can hide the OBS screen from the whatever is being streamed or recorded? That's why I can't show you the OBS screen, because it's already hidden. Okay, OBS stream, general, hide OBS window. Where are you? I don't see what you're talking about. That's not true. There is somewhere a hide OBS capture. That's why we're in the state that we're in. Oh, I can automatically record when streaming. Do I want that? System tray. I'm sure that we can do it on the Mac because I've done it before. And really what I'm trying to do now is undo it. So search online. It's a really recent version of OBS. There's some way to do it. Just tell me how. Okay. In sources. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does seem right. Click. But it's not. Oh, cancel. No. Oh. Okay. I know where it is now. I've just basically discovered that it's a pain in the butt, and I don't feel like showing you guys. Well, I don't know. Let's try it a little bit. Oh well, sorry. You're just gonna have to be bored for a while. Okay. I think I've set it up so this screen can hear my computer now. Okay, verified. The way I had it set up earlier is if I went into this silly monologue screen while I was talking to someone on Zoom, it would shut them up. I'm learning OBS. I'm going to try to sign in to the stream too. Unfortunately, you guys can't see it still, so I'll just... There we go. All right. You can't see it on your screen, but on my screen, if I look at, double click, yes, you can see OBS stuff. This is OBS. And actually, while we're at it, this is OBS too. So that's where I like add my little agent guy. And this is where I've signed in right here. I've signed in to YouTube, and this is where all the questions come from my live stream. There's 0. So most likely I am talking to myself. But one day we'll see. Um, hmm. All right, so how do I tie up the loose ends? of what I learned today. All right, so we've got a Pi agent. We actually made no change except for an IP address in the agent today. But the way we set up stuff is different. Go back to day 1. I am trying to keep track of like, man, that's font is tiny on the screen. I'll fix that too. I am trying to keep track of how many tokens have been used. For some reason, I doubt it's exactly 1 million. This is off, but it won't always be off. I would like to update the, okay. I would like to update the documentation to explain onboarding with an agent that can speak with a client like on your phone that can speak to the server that lives somewhere at your home, like inside a spare Macintosh or whatever, or an open laptop even. Explain that we set up Tailscale, or I guess you're talking to the prospective user. You can set up Tailscale. It's an easy process. You install, you get an account at Tailscale, and if you have like less than 10 devices or something, you can just start adding them to Tailscale. And what you do is install the Tailscale application on the Macintosh and install the Tailscale application on your iPhone. And you can add those devices and it will give you a DNS, a magic DNS for the devices, but you take the magic DNS for the server and you set it up in the configuration so that the iPhone will talk to that URL, that DNS. Well, it will talk to that domain. And maybe add in just a little bit of troubleshooting too. If you don't know why it's not connecting, then show them how you can go to the iPhone to Safari and do the health check. And that would be at least one intermittent test point to test that to make sure the VPN is set up correctly. But once this is done, you can take the phone and go anywhere in the world and it will have a direct, secure connection to wherever the server is. I am going on fumes. I had so little sleep last night. But talking with Owen, man, that was good. All right, what have you changed? Let's get things sorted a bit.
Updated Tailscale onboarding docs?
By the way, that talking thing, that's easy. That's the agent file. Basically, you go to the agent file and to whatever client you have, Claude or anything. If you're running a Mac, then you say, tell it to use the Mac say command to say whatever you want it to say, and it'll start doing it. Oops.
Am all finished?
Okay, well, not great, but see what I mean. Anyways, it's updated stuff. What did it update? Glow, let's see. Client's iPhone readme. Nice. Or at least I think that's nice. Client's iPhone readme. One annoying thing about using any terminal based agent is that you can't see the edits that have just happened. So that's one thing that bothers me about like Claude Code and even what I'm building right now so far. It's one thing I love about Cursor. You feel like you're working with an agent and pairing. But now I'll just look at it and guess what it wrote. Or do a get diff and have a horrible representation of what it wrote. Instead, I would like it to show red green diff and like even word based instead of line based. That'd be awesome. The scary world we live in. I don't know anything about Swift or iOS development. And so now I'm on a Rook iOS development team and I didn't even know it. All right, that's that readme. Yosh. All right. I've got a few things that are not committed. I've moved some of the images to a new root assets directory, and I've also done the updates, as you've seen, with Tailscale and the README. Make a nice commit message, commit it, push it remotely.
Committed and pushed the updates?
If I'm streaming to YouTube, is there any way that I can pause the stream so that I can take like a 30-minute break? I think it's going to say no. And then I'm going to say, peace out. Use a be right back scene. Well, I mean, I guess I could. Ooh, play background music. I like that one. Elevator music for the whole time. I might do that. could add a stupid "we'll be back" screen. That might be funny. All right, here's OBS. I want to add a new scene. We'll be back. We'll be back. All right. It's still got my audio, but we have okay, so on the "we'll be back" scene, I do not want Mike or oh, I've got 2 screen captures. Why the crap do I have that? I think I can get rid of one of these. Please be okay. All right. So we'll be back. Screen capture. This one still has audio, but I can kill it right here. Okay. I need to add I think I can remove the audio, can I? What if I want to remove it? Add source. All right, what do we got? Image, media. Oh, cool. Here's what we do for the back. I'll go to my monologue screen, and unfortunately you can't see it. I'm going to capture browser and then paste it here. This is my browser. See this guy. And then I also need an image of "we'll be back." How can I generate that? Inkscape. Hey, little bird. Okay, wait, I got it. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to open recent, go to my blog, and I'll show some of the grosser parts about the agent's current setup. My blog has this background, Arcturus Labs / backdrop, which is actually what's playing whenever I show this. So I can go there unfortunately, the rook does not know when this is open that it's like now it's new root folder. So for now, I'm still copying and pasting goofy stuff like that. I want to modify that endpoint so that if it has the parameter then the words "we'll be back" are presented in the middle of the screen on top of the star field using some nice text. That's professional. I don't know. All right, can you run the server locally using the scripts folder? There we go. I use, come on, backdrop, and oh, here we go. That didn't work. Show me the page to navigate to. What's the URL locally? Yep, that's the one I used. Oh, that's not the one I used. There we go. That's cheesy. Can you make the text significantly larger? Can you make it use the font that I like for Arcturus Labs? I think you'll find it in the README or don't README file. Can you remove the words Arcturus Labs from that card that you have? And can you actually make the card transparent? Like I don't want the rounded corners and the opaque background. I just want the text, "We'll be back." We'll be back soon. Ba-boom, boom, 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 boom. Okay, getting there. Do some more editing, buddy. Can I hit that CSS file next? You failed. Why did you fail? Yes. That works. Can you use a bold version of that font? Can you make it say we'll be back soon and change the overlay parameter to you are so good. I guess that's fine. Actually, screw it. Make the, instead of an overlay parameter, make the parameter called and then I can put any text there that I want. As an example, give me the text that says we'll be back soon. This is a much better idea. Oh. That needs to be clickable. That's another thing I want. Yeah, this is where I want to be able to quickly flop back to my other agent that's running day one. And I could say, yeah, okay, that's a bug day. Use GH to create a new issue at the new location of this repo. You can see the remotes to tell what the location is. Anyway, I want to make a new issue that says the text on the chat history screen, if it's a link, it should be clickable. And I'm not sure, does this run in the background? I really honestly don't know quite yet. It says that's running, now it says this is running. We'll see. Oh, another bug. Whenever I load, man, little crap like that. So this needs to be tabs where I go back and forth and talk to the agent that's focused on a particular project. And each agent needs to have its own environments that it has stepped into. This agent needs to have stepped into the blog environment and understand the changes being made and extra skills for the blog, and the other one needs to know about the Rook repo. Okay, but anyway. That's cool. Oh, wow. It even does something graceful when the words and stuff are too long. Everything has its limit, though. Yep, okay, good. Okay, the other thing is I'm not sure this font exists remotely. Deploy this and see if... deploy this by committing and pushing to remote, and tell me when the deployment is complete by checking on the actions. Say oh, cool. I think a bug spontaneously fixed. When I queue messages and then fire them off as steering messages, the message wasn't showing up. It was firing off, but not showing up.
Deployment is complete.
Okay. That means that I can take this and go to Arcturus Labs, backdrop, screw you. Yeah, dang it. The text isn't showing up remotely. I think it probably has to do with missing fonts. How do we deal with that? See, the convenient thing about Pi having all the access I do is it can just copy those files from deep inside my Mac and place them where they belong. That's also terrifying. TTF, that's what you should do. Oh, weird. It called edit with the key .new text. Weird. Oh, interesting. Okay. Go ahead and commit and push, but instead of checking on the action, let's see if we can figure out why they're not showing up remotely. Don't change anything, but give me some possible ideas. Thank you. Oops, that's a bug in there somewhere. It scrolled to the middle of nowhere. Script timing. Text is presented behind something. Oh, bullcrap. Are we finished deploying yet? Yippers.
Deployment is complete.
And it did not work. How do we debug this? Do I need to copy and paste the website to you or what? Of course not. Wow. Didn't know I was typing URL. Oh. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so there's no console errors. That's the site I'm using. There are no console errors. Message overlay exists, and the hidden attribute has been removed. The screenshot would simply show the star background with an Arcturus logo in the left corner and no visible display of the message in the middle. Yeah, what's the color here? No, I don't think so. No, not getting mixed deploy artifacts. I just don't think so. I doubt it. I doubt it. Yeah, right. They're not hidden. They're just there. Wait, you can do that. Mm. Is there any way I can just try that manually? It's there. We'll be right back. Hmm? Hmm. What's the best non-smelly way to make this change? I mean, maybe I should just wait 14,400 seconds. Yeah, right. Okay, apply the best approach and deploy again. Interesting. Tell me when deployment is complete. Ah, crap. I wanted to add more stars too.
Deployment is complete.
Whoa, that's a bug. Oh man, we just lost everything. Gosh, who's building this crap? Oh no, but it's not. Ugh. Mm. Now when I reload the page, I still don't see the text, even though your little script that we ran earlier worked just fine. Pull the page content, grab through it, and see what the problem might be. All right, what'd you have to say? Local browser cache, huh? Well, crap, you're right. Okay. Thank you. We'll go away now. Back to day one. Blah, 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 blah. Gotta have something nicer than that. All right, so now we can make our we'll be back page. We'll go to the browser and we enter in here this and go to OK. All right. And I want it to be muted. All. So this is totally. How do I get rid of this? I haven't talked to Anthropic for a while. Crap, it's been a real long while. There we go. Wow. It has been a while. Oh, Fable 5 is not available. I'm using OBS, and on one of my scenes, I want to remove the microphone, the global microphone thing. How do I do that from just one scene? All right, I can't remove it. All right, so I go to advanced audio properties for the We'll Be Back. Boop. And screen capture is on. Status volume. Hello. Hello. Oh, no. Hello. It off for everybody. Oh, come on. Well, how do I do this? Hmm. Well, I guess that's one option. Okay. All right, so now this says audio input capture, and I can mute this one, copy and paste to all of the scenes. And then probably that works, but the We'll Be Back is the one that does not need it, actually. So I will delete it and then change the size of the We'll Be Back to full screen, and I think that should work. I'm taking a break. True. True. Hmm. I can't tell what is the bounds of my source versus the bounds of like what will be saved as the video output. Quick test. Quick test. how does one point the client to the tail scale magic DNS? Is there like a file that we should set up? It's actually settings on this thing. Well, look at there. Okay, that's cool. All right. I was tired at the beginning of the day. I'm even more tired now. I'm gonna close that. think I'm gonna keep trying though. Alright, cool. Found a setting that I didn't know existed. I can talk to my agent. Blog is stopped. I'll use it as trash. That's kind of a bug. Hi. I guess that's not a bug because I do have to stream back. If you actually want to read all that crap, I need to stream it back. Ooh. Oh, okay. I gotta click that. Ooh. What if it does that every time? That's totally a bug. Hi. Will it do that every time? Okay, no. But it will do it sometimes. That's strange. If I turn off... Okay, it says connected, but if I just quit it, does everything suddenly stop? I bet so. It did. Okay, well then if I turn it back on, does everything get happy again? I don't know if it's got retrace. Oh, holy crap, it does. Alright. Well, that's cool. Goodbye. Alright, what else was I going to do today? Alright, so I'm keeping up. I love Obsidian. Obsidian is the most natural way of keeping notes because everything is in a markdown document. It's not proprietary junk. It's just a folder full of markdowns, possibly nested. And Obsidian's been around for quite a while. And Obsidian has hyperlinks that are legible to AI. Like, since it's been around for a while, I'm sure the model's read tons of Obsidian notes, and it knows to look for square bracket, and it can jump and crawl through the notes. So I've created a new vault called Rooknanigans, and that's where I keep track of stuff. I'm going to organize a folder of show notes, and this is actually my first show note, and it's a stupid title. Why can't I get... something's not working with my hotkeys. Date. Insert current date. What do I do for my other notebooks? I'm on another screen. Oh. Do I do this? Nope. Date is that. Time is that. Now we can go here and do date and time. And can we go here and do... Dang it. Well, fine, screw it. Alright. Yeah, it's probably a good way to keep up with it. Day 1, that Owen Zanzel and tail scale. Really smooth day. I was worried about that. Being tired and being the first time to talk to someone. Although I bet he sounded like God early on in the recording because I had his audio going through twice. So the first 5 minutes were probably garbage. All right, we don't need welcome. We need home. And what's in the home? Well, show notes in can I link to a folder in Obsidian? Let's use Google for a little bit. In Obsidian, is there a way to connect, to link to a directory instead of linking directly to a note? I bet it says no, because it didn't make any sense. Install the folders plugin. I don't like that. I like this. Let's see what happens when I do that. So I create a new note called show notes, and then what do I do to it? I don't want to use a folder note plugin. Nah, keep it slim. Don't use extra crap. Can I create a data view code block without having to install a plugin? Fine, fine, fine. Oh, there's a native alternative. Oh, holy crap, does that work? Use code with caution. That absolutely didn't work. Yes, it's another freaking plugin. I think that's another plugin, and I don't like it. Yeah, okay. You just freaking write them all down. Very well. Oh, wait, did that actually do some? Oh, look, no, that's working. Interesting. Show notes. Oops. Oh ho ho ho. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, it did work. So we have show notes, and then we click on show notes, and we can see a little bit gross still, but I accept it. And I also have, sure, let's do it this way. Do you want to? I think I want to try it. As long as we're abusing our dear rook. Let's organize stuff. I'm going to create a new chat called, it's part of day one, but that's getting bloated, so I'm going to go I don't know if we'll get far with this. This is just a guess. Okay, so technically I'm cheating with the environmental stuff. I don't know if if it knows it's looking at an obsidian vault right here. It's halfway worked, and I think I've got one of the settings turned off. But it still has, what are your skills? Skills to navigate the vaults anyways. I've got to clean up these really bad anyways. Wow, I've got transcribe in there. Horrible. Don't look at that. Instead, okay, so read up on the obsidian stuff, and let's look at building a new obsidian base so that I can view to-dos. And inside my Rooknanigans vault, let's set up a new directory in there, sibling to show notes, and call it to-dos. And inside to-dos, I want you to create several example to-do documents. And the to-do documents are going to have, they'll each have just like bulleted lists of stuff that look like, I don't know, reasonable things that we would do with Rook. Maybe actually look at the GitHub issues and just pull a few examples, and we'll do that. But we also need to think about setting up a Kanban board. That's what I want to do. I want the Obsidian base to serve as a Kanban board where we have columns called this: triage, to do, in progress, review, and done. Whenever, so it needs to have parameters in the YAML at the top of these files, these examples that have that. And whenever we move it from in progress to the done to, you know, these different columns, I want to have a record of the dates that happened. I don't know the way to do that because you might move it into progress and then back to done or something like that. I'm not sure yet. So let's think about that. I don't know yet. I want the ability to have tags for client or server or environment repository. That stuff and create some example to-dos in a new to-do directory. Everything I just said was crazy. What model am I using here? Boop. OpenAI Codex 5.4. Pretty solid model. Interestingly, they're all pretty solid right now. Uh-oh, is it? There we go. Now it's learning. Alright, we should see some magic. So since these shows are being recorded, I wonder if there's an API for YouTube so that as soon as the recording finishes, I can automatically make these show notes or at least incorporate them together. That'd be cool. Alright, what we got in the to-dos? Holy moly. Got a lot of writes going on. Alright, and it's... Oh, another thing I wanted is to show like parent or not. Ooh.
Created Obsidian Toto's board.
There's my Toto's board. It looks like crap. Status to do. Done. In progress. Review. To do. Triage. Oh, that's cool. Now, okay, so what can I do? Properties. I've never actually created an Obsidian base. I just knew it was possible. It's not that I particularly like this, but the fact that it's possible is really cool. Currently, the presentation is it's not a bunch of columns, but it's like a bunch of sections, one below the other. So it doesn't really look like a Kanban board. Also, well, okay, we'll just start there. Is there anything that we can do to make it look like a bunch of columns left to right, like a typical Kanban board? And really, I need to give it an image of what we're looking at. Now, unfortunately, I can't paste that, can I? Nope. Nope. Because I haven't built that yet. But one horrible thing I can do is go pi, and I'll paste it there. So at least it has it. Let Pi's mechanism work. It's gross. We'll fix it. Be cool if I'm post-processing all these shows to have it extract the show notes like these, extract earlier today there's a place where I did like a monologue. It's like, here's a lesson learned. Extract that chunk, take out the ums and uhs. I've got another skill elsewhere for that. Post it, I've got another skill for that. And I'll start lining all these things up. What you're seeing is the normal basis behavior as cards screw by. Yep. I don't want to use a community plugin. I want it all to be whatever I made on my own. All right, I'll bite. What does the plugin look like? Kanban plugin for Obsidian. Find me a link to the Kanban plugin you're talking about. By the way, if you search or fetch, use Brave. I've got a skill for searching and fetching that needs to be repaired pretty soon. Brave's fine, but somehow the agent chooses to like use curl half the time, which is not great. Thank you, Most Direct Link. That's exactly what I want. Yeah. All right, garbage. I mean, sorry. Whoever wrote that, it looks wonderful. But when you can write anything on your own, why not? From your studies of Obsidian, are you familiar with making a plugin? I would like to make a React-based view that does what we're thinking about here. The thing is, we can create this React-based view plugin, but have it where it's really accessible by our agent, and the agent already has skills to understand it. And then basically whenever we enter this Obsidian environment, it knows to start shuffling. It knows how to start shuffling to-dos around. And I guess we can even connect it to GitHub. We'll see. All right, build the thing that you have in mind. But really, let's see, what's this template look like? Type to do. Okay, so to do, in progress, triage is status. Created. That's not a bad solution. But we can make it better. But let's change the properties around a little bit. Type equals to do, that's fine. Status should list out the current status, whatever it is, that's also fine. But get rid of all of the triage at, to do at, in progress at, dates, and let's just go with status history, which will be a list of all the transitions that we've made. React should, from React we can filter that long string or do whatever we want to with that. Or do nothing with it. Once you've made that change, then go ahead and make the plugin, and we'll see what it's like. I'm not sure this is the thing to be doing right now. It's cool, and it will be a good example of things we can do with it later, like connecting it more interesting, connecting it to the agent, to our rook. But there's actual core rook features that are flagrantly broken right now. Uh-oh. I might have lost audio a while back. Let's see. Hello? Ah, okay. This little microphone dude died on me. Interesting. I thought it would last a bit longer than that. My dear wife gave me a cool, like, YouTuber studio microphone thing. Now, since I've started my new horrible life of YouTubing. Very nice, though. I'm sure I don't sound as good as I did a moment ago. Oh, interesting. That's how we do it. Is that reasonable? make the schema for status history. And screw it. It's doing its own thing. You do you. Are there YouTube Are there any YouTube APIs that tell you once a stream is finally completely over? Cool. Is there a YouTube API for downloading videos, especially streamed videos from my own channel? Boo. Yep, I guess it's this guy. Alright, so what happens? I finish streaming and I have a cron that runs every day and looks for new live streams that have closed. If they exist, we pull them down, and with that file local I can get the transcript. Ooh. Is there any API for getting the transcript of a video?
Built the Obsidian to do board.
Well, good. Oh, cool. Oh, wait. That's cool. Okay. Look at there. Not bad. All right, but hang on. Since I'm playing with to-dos here, I'm just keep some representation here of stuff I want to move over there in a second. Create a process so that whenever create a cron job that the agent subscribes to or does, and it will look up, it will look for any new live streams that have closed since the last time it checked, and it will download those videos and using YT DLP or whatever, and it will use the official Google API for pulling the transcript, which hopefully includes times. It will look for interesting monologues from me. It will go to the original video, pull out those timestamps, automatically post it to Twitter with some summary that doesn't sound like AI, and it links back to the live stream at the timestamp that is approximately the start of what I'm covering in the monologue. Ta-da! Okay. Oh, another thing I'd like to do is freaking make it where I can edit this stuff and not just be garbage that I dictated. What I made some months ago is wordy before I decided the entire world needs to be an agent. I was making little individual tools that are scattered everywhere now, and really they should have all just been skills and appropriate scripts, right? So what I can do with this is I dictated this. Can you clean it up and fix grammar and like double speak and things like that? And it's using Claude Sonnet. And it gives me red-green diffs per word. Oh, I want that so bad. Okay, I'm going to assume that's pretty good. It's got to be better than crap I was saying. Another thing I want to do is... Oh, let's just do it here instead. Like devils speak. Fix the devil's speak. Fix grammar and double speak is what I meant to say. Whatever. Either inside Obsidian or somewhere else, maybe my own editor, create an IDE. Create the ability to have red-green diffs based on the changes in the words. Review the page, or review the note in the TiddlyWiki vault for more details. That's my original wiki of everything. All right. make an app hosted on my home server that connects everybody that wants to hack on AI ideas and eventually generalize to any ideas, period. People basically sign up and either post a document stating what they're interested in, or maybe just post their embedding vector. And we can find interesting people for them to meet and arrange meetings. I think something else that we want to do is make it so that if they want to meet, how do they meet? They need to set up a Zoom or something. Maybe make them toss Zoom meeting URLs into the bucket, and we can use those Zoom meetings to host the meetings. That might work. I'm afraid of people's note takers joining other people's meetings. Good enough. All right, let's see what it looks like. I mean, that's kind of cute, actually. Why don't we just have that to begin with? That's this is what I expected a Obsidian base to look like. Yeah. It's basically a nice way of filtering through stuff. All right, here is the actual Okay, so I definitely can't drag anything. To do triage in progress, review, done, whenever. Issue, let's see. Support the whatever. Instead of triage, let's make that done. So by virtue of being done, oops. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's pretty cool. This is ridiculous. You can just speak stuff like this into existence. And since this is a throwaway app, I don't really care if that the to-do board is actually written well. It just has to do the right thing. Put the whatever column on the far left. And let's see. Probably answer some of my questions. Okay, updated. That's cool, so I can double click and go to them. That's cool, okay. I can filter by tags. Oh, this is so cool. What if we have one of these to-dos that's just like elsewhere? Like that. Scan for whatever. Yeah, okay, that's kind of cool. Here's an idea. Make the path of the note starting from the vault root be one of the tags that is implicitly applied to the note in the React app. It doesn't need to be part of the YAML though. Top of these documents, this is all YAML internally. That's how it really looks in real life. That's the title of the file, or the name of the file, and that's what the file looks like. Oops. Not what I wanted to do. Source mode. Ah, good. Okay, great. Ah, cool. Add a new to-do button, as you insisted. Make the cards prettier. It's got something in mind. Remove the bulleted list from the cards that reiterates the tags. Add another field in the YAML for last touched. Make it so that the cards are draggable, and when I drag a card from one column to another, it automatically updates the status field, the history field, or whatever that is, and the last touched date. Present the dates as created and last touched, or maybe created and touched. All right, you do that for a while. Oh, source Azure. If I'm looking at an Obsidian vault inside the Obsidian app, how can I find the place where that vault lives on disk, the path? It's pretty cool that Google works like this now. I'm sure that people that actually own websites hate it, but it's still pretty cool. Well, this has been fun, folks, but my family is home and I am ready to go. Hokkaido! It's Japanese. We're a Japanese compliant household. All right, so stopping point. Let's see. I'll do this. This background definitely needs more stars. Anyway, good stopping point today. We are right in the middle of working on building a to-do app inside Obsidian that I'm going to use as a tool for producing this show. We also have spec'd out some to-dos, and we got a bunch of fake to-dos right now. Yep, plenty of work to do. Adventure